that's what's not here, a little more defended from them landing here.
I see.
Matter of fact, I've been here, 2.5 years? Something like that. 2 years, 2.5 years. I'm only aware really of one big incident in that time frame, maybe two.
Yes, good to know. So good information.
But it's all here. And a lot of it's just passing through.
All right.
It's hard
Questions
to
for the
crossing guards.
It's hard to it's hard to keep my hands out of these cookies.
No, I think we've assembled all the information. So
Okay.
it was good.
Good.
I had a question for you.
Yeah.
So if we're going to be bringing this up, maybe at a next agenda item,
Right.
could we ask the other part that's required for this is to make sure that we have kind of all our ducks in a row for accounting for all the money that's come in the past and holding it in a way that will give us the ability to distribute it when we, as we see fit. And so maybe to keep this moving ahead before our next meeting, could we ask the town manager to, come up with a plan for how to account for the money and how we can distribute the money?
So how to account for it and how to distribute it.
Yeah, I think that there's, possibly a designated, like a designated fund,
Designated fund
or whatever recommendations the finance department and he come up with, but better to start it now than after next week.
Would you like to move that?
Sure.
Okay.
I move to ask the town manager to return at the next agenda item for the opioid settlement with proposals on how to account for the money and how we can easily distribute it.
I'll second that.
Okay. Could you repeat it back, or did you get it? Did you get it, Jenny?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Could you repeat it back, please? To ask the TM to return.
Could you repeat that?
Could you?
Oh, me repeat that. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
if you don't mind. Yeah.
Okay. I move to ask the town manager to return at the next agenda item for the opioid settlement with a proposal for how to account for the money and how we can easily distribute it.
Okay. Thank you.
We need to make sure the words opioid money is in there. I don't remember.
Yeah, for the opioid settlement.
Opioid settlement.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And that was seconded by Priscilla. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we will vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chemo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt? And I'm a yes. Okay. That's good. Okay, the next sort of somewhat related, possibly, agenda item is the Hemlock Ridge Encampment complaint. Would you like to introduce this a bit, Brennan, or just?
I could try.
Okay.
So at the last meeting, we had a number of residents who were members of various organizations in the Hemlock Ridge development, which is in Hartford, who had wanted to come to this meeting and bring to, I guess, the Norwich Selectboard's attention that there was a couple that had been camped in an adjacent parcel to where the Hemlock Ridge is located, and that they felt that was detrimental, I guess, to their quality of life, might be a good way to put that. And we're, I guess, wanting this to be, I'm not sure what they expected the town of Norwich to do necessarily, but they wanted the town to be aware of the situation.
Mhm.
So we had some discussions about this. We had prior discussions over the course of the summer because we were aware that there was a couple that were camping in the woods in that area. And I might actually ask Chief Romei if he would like to kind of give a little bit more insight to the board about this particular location, and also maybe just a little bit about the unhoused situation within Norwich that, again, might be kind of useful for the board.
Come on up, please, if you don't mind, Chief. Maybe you could also tell us about what's possible, what's not possible.
Sure. Sorry, I don't fit in the arms.
That's the way I feel. I like the elbow room.
So I think it might be helpful real quick if, let's see how this works. Share this one. And helpful.
So you're on the screen
We've got a map
with
up.
your map.
All right, let's see. I've got, okay, that's one of them. Okay. Let's see if I can do it one more time. Let's share the whole screen. Nope.
Well, you got something
It's
to
okay.
do there,
All
man.
right.
No, you don't.
Well, I had a cool little split view for you, but we'll just go with this for now. Okay, so there we go.
It said there was a message there that said double click to increase to full screen. Do you see that?
Bye. Sorry, y'all got too many tabs open. Too many tabs open and half of them are locked. And where's that music coming from, right? Okay, so this is, I wanted to get this one up first because this is, all right. That little red pin is where this encampment is that we're talking about. And just to orient you, this is Highway 5, this is Palmer Court, which the line of Norwich and Hartford basically runs up Palmer Court and runs straight out like that. You will see these are walking trails that, so you understand where this is coming from. This is a Google map. So it's actually picking this up from people walking with their phones. So when you have a whole bunch of people walk along a pathway, Google says, hey, that's a trail.
Wow. Oh,
Just in case you want to know, Google's going to take over the world one day, right? So to give you some ideas about, this is the Vermont 911 map. So this actually helps you see, there we go. So you see that big diagonal line. Sorry, I'll just come up here. So we're talking about somewhere right up in here,
Yes.
and this is Hemlock Ridge, and this is the line between Hartford and Norwich. And these walking trails are out over there. And to just give you one more viewpoint to see, I'm sorry I couldn't get these all to overlay. I tried my best today, but we had a few calls kicking off. So this is the actual parcel of property that we're referring to, which some of you may be familiar with. This is the church that fronts Route 5, and so this is up in here where we're talking about. That property is and share with you one more thing as soon as I remember. This is these pictures were taken today. This is actually taken from the walking trail that's up in there. Now, of note today, we noticed that it appears that the walking trail that's up in there is most commonly used by horses. Apparently, there's a horse farm down across Highway 5, and a lot of them walk, take their horses up through there walking, from what we could tell. You'll note you can't see anything from the walking trail. And so I include that picture intentionally. This is actually a up in the encampment. It is unoccupied, has been unoccupied for some time. And just to note that it is over on private property. We have been in contact and to, I guess, frame the bigger situation. This is not the only homeless encampment we've had in Norwich. It's not the only one that we currently have in Norwich. We are aware so far of at least 4 more. One of them is still currently in use, and it's something that we're actively trying to work to resolve that particular one. There was another encampment up off of Elm Street that was on the Appalachian Trail. Appalachian Trail land in that particular location is owned by the U.S. Forest Service, and U.S. Forest Service came out and dealt with that one. And the third one was just from very recently, was down off of Hobson, and we stumbled on it by accident, and it has so far been a non-problem off of Hobson. That's just detailed as I would prefer to get at the moment. Some of this comes from a stance of not fixing non-problems, and that one in particular. This particular situation off of Hemlock Ridge, we received an original complaint through the town manager's office back in the summer. We contacted so the property is in a trust. We contacted the trustee, or I think that's the right term, the person who is responsible for managing the property. That person has elected not to trespass or authorize us to trespass the folks from their property. We cannot go on private property and kick people off private property if the property owner does not want us to. Just as I could not come into your home on Christmas Eve and kick out your neighbor if you didn't ask us to do such a thing. We also have to be very careful. We have to be careful about the legal restrictions that, are placed on us, not only as a town, but specifically as a police department. For instance, one person suggested we just go up there and haul everything off and put it in the dumpster. That would result in a violation of civil rights under color of law, section 1983 U.S. Code. And I really like the house that I live in, and I don't want to lose it in the lawsuit. So we have been in contact with the folks that were staying in this encampment. We know they have some challenges. We have had some challenges with them, and we have tried to walk that balancing line between enforcement and support services for them. The challenges that are existing outside of sort of the encounters we've had with them, again, walking up there today, you had to really know where it was and know where to look to find it. And I would just note that you're quite a long ways onto this person's private property on these trails. And if the property owner ends up electing to post the property, then, that's going to have some pretty big impacts for the people that like to walk and use the trails, not just these two individuals. I recognize that there are some other challenges with the former occupants of this encampment, but most of those challenges have not happened in Norwich. And so I've been very hesitant to really get wound up from an enforcement standpoint. Now, the bigger picture. Fortunately, I'm very good friends with the Montpelier Police Chief. He and I are neighbors. They have an exceptional program for dealing with the homeless population, the unhoused population, however we choose to refer to that. And they have a fairly comprehensive guide dealing with encampments. I've shared that with Stephen, with the town manager, mainly because to let them know that we have some folks that have already trod this ground and have worked out a lot of the legal issues and everything like that. I love stealing policies when they're good. And they have, they've revised their encampment policy once, but I'll just go back and remind everybody that it deals with things that are happening on public property, not on private property. So that is a pretty big bright line for what we have to offer for enforcement.
So the guide, the Montpelier guide is for public property then? Okay, that's an important distinction, I think.
And it's because the private actions on private property are wholly up to, so let me back up and restate. Law enforcement actions on private property are wholly the decision of the property owner. Now, I realize when Steve and I are talking, there may be some zoning things here and there, but those are outside of our purview until it comes for an enforcement action from somewhere else.
Okay. Questions for the chief?
I have one.
Marcia?
So you've got private property and you've got permissive trails allowed by the property owner, and you seem to have permissive use by unhoused people. And so you said mostly you hadn't had to deal with this problem. If there was some sort of transgression between users of the trail and users of the unhoused, then what would you do? If it was reported to you by the person who
Call in sick for the day. And I just say that out of humor because there is no really good pathway to tread here. If there were a confrontation or incident or anything like that, then we would approach it just like we would approach something that happened in the Danowitz parking lot. We would approach it just like that. We would look into it. We would try to come to some resolution. If it's a criminal enforcement nature, fine. If it's not, okay. We would do that same exact thing. What we have at the moment is a complaint of these folks are bothering us and we don't want them here. And that's squarely outside of our control when they're on property that is not the property of the complaining person. We've went to the point of contacting the person who controls the property, and that person does not desire us to do anything. It's not a great situation, but I've got to keep us in the bounds of what we're legally authorized to do.
Thank you. You have a question from the public?
Yeah, and thank you for bringing this up, and I really don't have
Could
anything
you
to offer.
want your line coming up just so you can identify yourself?
I have a cookie.
Cookie.
I'm Margot Rahman. I'm president of Hemlock Ridge Courtyards Association and the Master Association. I was here 2 weeks ago. The encampment is occupied right now, and it's occupied by new people, not the couple that were there before. And we know this because the Hartford Police Department told us. So I just want to make sure you understand it's not abandoned, even though that couple left. And really, the issue is, aside from the fact that the Hartford police got involved because the new resident accosted a person who lives in Hemlock Ridge as she was walking her dog and drove his car at her and started screaming at her because I think he recognized that she was somebody who is concerned about this. So it's not a thing about not wanting them there. There is a thing about some people are feeling very threatened. They're feeling very afraid because of the behavior that's been exhibited over the last several months. There's also a thing about fire, because they do have fires in the wood. And that really makes us very scared. We are very close to this in a very wooded area. And that's really what our issues were. That we understand the legalities and the issues here, but we also feel like people need to know what is going on and not be ill-advised about it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Priscilla?
Is this the kind of thing that, and I have no idea, should be addressed by, say, some Hemlock Ridge people filing a lawsuit against the property owner who won't let anything be remedied? I mean,
I don't have an answer to that, but you know,
Because
we're
the
hearing
police-
about different
the police seem to have their hands tied.
jurisdictions here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe.
I
Matt?
had one question, only just to circle back to, I think, something that Stephen said the last meeting when we talked about this was that there may be a zoning part, like component to this. If it's.
Should we call Stephen up?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to that.
Aha.
That was also my question.
Yeah, so the zoning office, the administrative officer does have jurisdiction to find zoning violations on private land. We, according to section 6.01 of our land use regulations, no development as defined in our definitions of development, with the exception of an exemption, are allowed with the exception of the exemptions, may commence without issuance of a zoning permit.
And so is this, speaking of an encampment as a dwelling?
As a structure.
A development.
And develop.
Structure, okay.
Yeah, development in our definitions is quite broad.
That's trying to understand.
Construction, reconstruction, conversion, any building, any sign or structure. So this could be construed as the structure.
Okay. Which would require a permit?
Yeah.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. And Marcia, you?
And where are your teeth?
Oh, I was going to
With
say.
you.
Oh,
With you. And that's the point I wanted to raise. It's, it's very easy for me to find someone in violation and issue, a strongly worded letter, which generally provokes a response and some, resolution, they come into compliance. Failing that, my hands are tied in terms of, collecting fines, any injunction, any real sort of mechanism to enforce the violation, aside from the merely finding them in violation.
right.
Yeah. It's generally effective. But yeah, to answer your question, the teeth is with the select board
I
for those matters.
have another question. Just so would the fine be against the property owner or the person erecting the shelter?
The property owner.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Marcia?
You seem to be suggesting that the select board could pursue an injunction.
Yes. Yeah.
And if we did that, and we've got 5 encampments in town, and 4 of them are benign, people are not bothering people. To be consistent, I would think.
I'm aware of only one.
Okay.
Matt?
I might add that it depends on whether it's on public land, like town-owned land, state-owned land, or
Right.
private land.
And we were hearing that tonight.
And so it's possible that I know that there are encampments that are on state land that that's a different issue.
Mhm.
Right, so the 4 that were referenced might not all be on private land.
Anyone else? Thank you, Stephen. Does everyone understand what Stephen said, right?
Do we want him to send such a letter?
I don't know. I think we're gathering.
I'm not sure if you can, I think it's my authority to pursue violations.
I see.
And then, if I may,
Mhm.
if you don't get anywhere, that's when you turn to us and say,
I mean, I would probably conduct some kind of site visit to the location, and, ascertain, true to sort of the scope of the structure. If I was to pursue this as a violation, but I hear that it is occupied. I hear that it's not occupied. At some point, this just might be a pile of garbage in the woods. But I will investigate that.
so my question was really, if you pursue it to the
Okay.
extent that you can pursue it,
Yeah,
then you would come to us and say, I've sent a letter, I've told them it's a violation, I've given them a fine, nothing has been resolved. Over to you, Select Board.
correct. Yeah. Generally the form is, you provide some remedy and a time period for them to, reply to that, come into compliance or appeal. But yeah, ultimately the authority to enforce zoning violations lies with the Select Board, not the zoning office.
Okay. Kimo?
Does permitted use come into play here at all?
Could I permit this?
So the permitted use of that property, is this a use that is allowable? Does that?
Well, perhaps. There are accessory use structures there which don't imagine occupancy. There's a seasonal camp provision within the ANR's water wastewater regulations. So perhaps.
Okay.
Thank you. Marcia, did you have another?
A question, and this may not be anything that you can answer, but the fire issue. Apparently fires are.
Yeah. I don't know the jurisdiction over, I'm sure there's a prohibition on open burning right now. I don't know who enforces that other than the fire department or the fire warden.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ordinance.
Yeah.
And there's a no burn.
Yep.
So we would go and put it out.
Has he been involved, I wonder?
Has who been involved?
The fire warden.
Oh,
Not in this.
all right. We've got a very complex problem here. Thank you, Stephen.
I just have one more question, I'm trying to understand.
Okay, sorry.
So
This is environment.
in terms of next steps, we would never direct you to go look at the situation. What would prompt you?
I have an obligation once a alleged violation has been brought to my attention to investigate it.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I think we might need to think this through.
I think that he needs to think this through.
Well, he will be, because he has to. But it's a much broader and more complicated question. And, it's ironic that our opioid settlement funds came right before that, because we were hearing about how these issues are interrelated. So And I don't know if they have easy solutions.
I would just add that, a zoning remedy is, very case specific, and in the face of sort of growing encampments.
Or fluidity, right?
Yeah, I would pursue a different policy, absolutely.
Right. Okay. All right, I think we'll mull this over, but it's been very good. Thank you for the information. And we'll move on to the Webster license for Waterline. Would you like to introduce that, Brennan?
I would. So I had placed a memo in the board packet that I think kind of summarizes the current situation here. This is somewhat similar to the license agreement we entered in with the Bergen family the last meeting, which is really looking to accommodate a resident of the town. In this case, the resident has reported that their shallow well has run dry during this drought season. The opportunity to drill a deeper well is encumbered by environmental contamination known to be in that vicinity. So it seems like the solution, most feasible solution, is to tie into the water district main line, which runs along Route 5, and do a directional drilling for roughly 475 feet up Goodrich Four Corners Road, and then connecting that into the parcel's water system. So they would have, clean, safe, potable water coming out of the water district, which is been done, I think, in a couple instances, if I'm aware. And really what we're doing here with this license agreement is kind of memorializing that the town has granted the requester this permission to basically encumber the town's right of way with this new water line. There's legal stipulations about how that must be maintained and work that could occur with permission of the town in an emergency if something failed. So again, the template was created by our attorneys for the actual agreement. I think that's been vetted and it's been used by other clients and other municipalities as well. So that is the gist of this. I know there is a bit of a time urgency as far as this home has been without potable water here for a period of time, and we'd like to move on this and we get closer to the winter season when grounds freeze up. So the request is to authorize me as the town manager to execute an agreement for the license with the homeowner, who I believe is here. I'd like to speak with him as well.
Okay. Marcia, you have a question?
Just wondering about the costs. The extension of the line.
The town bears no cost. The cost to run a directional drill line to the property, I believe, is extensive. But the town is not paying for that. We are strictly allowing the access through the right of way.
And I believe we wouldn't be responsible for maintaining or replacing anything either.
No, that's all spelled out in the license agreement.
Right. Let's see. I'm sorry. Matt, did you have a question?
I think in bringing this up, it's implied that fire district's on board with this.
It is. Do you want to?
Yes. Sorry.
Do you want to bring Graham up here to answer the question? This is Graham Webster.
We had a meeting with the fire district yesterday after getting a permit from the state, because you have to get a wastewater permit because it's a new potable water supply. So that was completed. The fire district okayed it yesterday at their meeting. And so this is the last ticket to get you guys to run next to the road, because I don't own to Route 5.
Very sorry this has happened.
Not the end of the world.
Happens, right?
Exactly.
Just water, right?
Exactly. My kids are good at not showering.
Other questions for Graham or Brennan? Yes.
Just a comment that I was at that fire district meeting, and Graham's got everything all set up. He's done all his homework, everything ready to go tomorrow morning if we approve it. And
Okay.
Brennan can sign it soon enough. And this is urgent, and he's done all his homework, fire district, Norwich Fire District, Water Board, totally on.
Okay,
Totally
that's
okay.
really good to know.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
I'm just curious, why directional drilling rather than just digging a trench? What,
It's less invasive.
yeah,
Chris Kaufman was concerned with digging so close to the edge of the road. And it was where we'd have to dig. There's a real steep bank to get there. So
this is the right way.
what's that?
This is the right way to go.
This is the right way to do it. I mean, kills me to pay, thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of dollars to have somebody drill when I could dig, but that's how it goes.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions? Not just could I have a motion?
I move to authorize the town manager to execute the license agreement as included in the select board meeting packet.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Let's have our vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Emo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, got your marching orders there. Yep.
Graham will connect tomorrow, I'm sure.
Okay, we're drilling in the morning.
Yes.
Probably ought to sign and notarize our license agreement. I'll be here around 8:30, so.
The chance to buy a new tool.
Yeah, they're.
Very funny. Okay, our next agenda item is the planning grant for master plan approval. You like to speak to that, Stephen?
Sure.
Okay.
I think Jan is also
And Jan is also
here.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yep, he's there.
we're before you tonight to ask you to sign this municipal resolution, which essentially, gives evidence that you are aware that the Planning Commission is pursuing a municipal planning grant, and that you endorse that effort. I gave you a synopsis of the master plan, and I'd be happy to answer any questions about it. We have not secured this grant. It's a competitive bid. Our application is due on the 3rd of November, and we're still working on it. Essentially it's just you are endorsing your agreement to enter into this grant arrangement with the state.
Okay. So
I do have a question.
Sure.
It says there's a commitment to match funds. Is
Yes,
that a dollar for dollar match?
it's 10%.
Well, I saw there was 10%, but that's why I wondered what match. Because sometimes matching means dollar for dollar. So we're gonna.
I don't.
We're hoping they'll give 90% and you guys have got the 10%.
That's correct.
So we don't need to budget anything extra.
No,
Okay,
the planning department's already budgeted.
great.
okay.
Thank you.
Marcia?
So as I understand it, the proposal wants to develop a village master plan.
Mhm.
And it seems to imply that the village extends as far north as Union Village and as far south as the border with Wilder. I'll go through. But our town plan on page 19 shows the village as this, small area, that little teeny brown spot. And I'm just wondering why a master plan would attempt to redefine the village area as something other than what the town plan has identified. And then why a state agency would grant monies for an area arbitrarily designated as the village.
Good questions, and let me attempt to answer that. The study area includes our village zoning district, and also the infill/transition area that has been identified at the regional level in their future land use map.
It's the infill area, for instance, between the village and the border with Hartford,
Yes, yes, it
but
is.
probably not out to Union Village. That's not infill, is it? Or maybe it is.
And yeah, I mean, there's no clear landmark on Union Village that I can point to other than the edge or the northern edge of the village zoning district.
Okay.
The intent's not to, draw
Circles around it.
yeah, a long, sort of,
Right.
branch out Union Village and call that the
Right.
village road and call that, oh, this is the village of the town of Norwich.
So the infill is part of the definition. Right. I mean, as you're just, I mean, there's the village, as Marsha was
Yeah,
talking about it. It's in the town plan, and then you're talking about these infill areas. And one is village to Route 5, other could extend to Union Village.
Yep, Madam Chair, can I try
Would you
to
like to weigh
comment?
in on this, Jan? Sure.
Yeah, I think the point is that for planning purposes, meaning looking forward, we have the regional commission has done, people saw whatever that was in July or August, the Two Rivers came and showed us the first draft of their proposed future land use maps, using the standard criteria that the state set up, which has village center, village area, and transition as the three categories we're talking about for future land use. And that includes the whole region that we're talking about here, which is basically from the Hartford line to the transition area along River Road, Lewiston, McKenna Road, and then into town, village center and village area, which is a little broader, goes up to Elm Street and so forth. So the point is, looking forward, we need to plan for that whole area with a unified mindset. It doesn't mean that we're going to change the zoning and turn that whole area into, a certain density or something. It means to understand where sidewalks want to go, where bike ped needs to go, what the infrastructure, how it relates to the farmers market building, relates to Tracy Hall and the Grange. All those are future topics that need planning. And this is just one small piece. The emphasis of this grant would be to encourage public participation, to say, get a survey, get public hearings. What do people care about? What do they want to be able to do? What are the priorities for this, comprehensive area? It's bigger than the village, but it needs to be looked at as a whole. That's kind of the background.
I could just follow on.
Follow up. Yep.
When I was speaking to Kevin Geiger of Two Rivers the other day about this, just getting some advice on budgeting for a project like this, he sort of initially described it as, so this is like a large charrette exercise. And really the most important part of a master plan is, getting people, in front of topics and, gathering information and opinions. We're not creating new uses. We're not creating zoning districts. There's no regulatory framework that emerges from this. We get, perhaps it informs the town plan due in 2028. But we're not going to come out of this with a set of new municipal land use regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Kimo had a question.
You haven't drawn the boundaries of this yet. Is that correct? That would happen as the planning process went forward. So the confusion about Union Village Road and how far out that goes, for example.
Yeah.
It would be determined that it would sort of encompass Norwich Center perhaps, or a little further, or maybe not, but you don't really know that yet. Is that correct?
And we have a good sense, based on our sort of, the village area and, both expressed in the current zoning map and the village area as identified in the region's, next regional plan.
Okay, but there's no map in here. So that was my.
A map's not required for the application.
Okay. Marcia?
I think I heard him say, the TRORC has a regional plan, and obviously we're in that. And so I think they're looking at that. But the town plan is really supposed to be developed in the same way that you're talking about this master plan. And so I'm wondering, the town plan needs a lot of fixing. So why are you doing this as opposed to just focusing on the town plan?
Good question. My answer to that would be, we have sort of two broad planning areas in the town of Norwich. One is the sort of, rural resource area, which comprises about 87% of the lands, and the sort of populated village center. So, sort of giving the legislative slant at the state level, there are topics that are important to focus on in anticipation of looking at the entire town plan, which is a process will begin sort of mid next year.
But this isn't part of that.
This is a separate exercise.
But to Stephen's point previously, this clearly feeds that. This is an early focus on this part of the village and this part of the area, but it's something that generates public comment. It's a charrette, as he said, to get public input that then feeds directly into that section of the town plan where we're talking about what we might do with this area of Norwich. So it feeds right into the town planning exercise. It's not a separate thing. It's a logical first step to that part of the town plan.
Net?
So, I would just say that I've attended a bunch of the planning commission meetings, and Dave explored this a lot more depth, and it seems like a really valid way to begin with a subset of a larger plan, and if there's grants to be had to do this kind of investigation, that will then it's work that's going to have to be done anyways for the larger plan.
It's a
great idea to do.
There is no board really though, right?
Lily.
I just muted her.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it seems like a great, in my opinion, it seems like a great idea.
The planning commission does studies, and this is one of the studies that we'd like to do.
All right, other questions, Marcia?
I remember they've been through charrettes before here. But anyway, and the other question I had was that the third paragraph, page 19 of the packet, says the municipality is maintaining its efforts to provide local funds for municipal and regional planning purposes, or has voted to provide local funds for municipal and regional planning purposes. I don't think that we've done that, so I'm just wondering how can we honestly stipulate that we voted those monies?
I'm not following where you're looking.
Page 19 of the packet.
Yeah, I don't have the packet in front of me.
Oh, sorry.
Is it in the municipal resolution or in the?
It's the municipal resolution, the third whereas.
Right up at the top.
Yep. Well, we do provide funds to the Regional Planning Commission on an annual basis, and you do fund the planning department.
I think that kind of misses the point of this question, but.
Well, isn't that what we're being asked to do right now?
No.
Well,
yeah, I mean, if I'm not answering your question correctly, Marcia, if you expand.
Yeah, just basically, this looks to me like we're asking to stipulate that we have provided funds for planning purposes. You know, and I'm thinking municipal planning purposes, and we don't have like a pot of money because we don't have a town plan that has any capital projects listed. So we haven't put aside any money for capital projects that don't exist. And then it says, or has voted to provide local funds for the planning purposes. So I guess you could generalize that any money that has a designation and some sort of planning, we've done it, but I'm not sure that that's what they mean.
I think that's what they mean.
Yeah, I would say, excuse me.
Sorry.
Well, I just wanted to say, Stephen, that I think the point is we do planning. That's what they're asking. They want the town to be actively engaged in planning to get these grants. So they're meshing in with other planning activities. So you're making a statement that Norwich does planning by having a planning director, having a town plan. We have the money for the 10% in a budgeted item for planning. So it is definitely true that we spend money to do planning, and that's what they want as part of getting these grants.
The minimum requirement to apply for this is that your town has an approved town plan, that you actually have a town plan.
Okay, and Timo, did you have a question? Or was
No, it just needs
answered
to
in the-
satisfy the first part of that paragraph,
Okay,
just as Jan explained.
okay. Any further questions or comments? No? Shall we have a motion then?
I move to endorse and sign the FY 26 municipal resolution for municipal planning grant as included in the select board meeting packet.
And may I have a second?
My second.
Okay,
We need
yes, we'll do that. But we have to pass it first.
right. Okay, for the first.
We actually have to vote. Calm down, we're getting there.
You're drilling tomorrow too?
It's really tomorrow.
So, all right, Marcia, how do you vote?
For the concerns that I expressed, no.
Okay, so that's a no. And Timo,
Yes.
Priscilla,
Yes.
Matt,
Yes.
and I'm also a yes. Okay, we could just sign this, I suppose. Let's see. Okay. Legislative body. Will you be signing this, Marcia, even though you voted against it, or?
I don't think that's proper.
That's probably not proper. Okay. Could we please pass that down? On the note of signing things, are there warrants to sign? Okay, I just wanted to make sure we didn't forget that now that we're focused on signing.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I think it's very exciting, actually. It's going to be a good tool.
It's exciting.
Just have to land it now.
Yes, the timing of landing it's important.
And I appreciate your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thanks for going for it.
If you don't land it, can you tell us why they denied it?
Did they tell you that, or did they just give you a date?
I never had one denied.
Oh, that's dangerous.
So I don't know.
They will tell you if you request that they give you some feedback on your application.
Yeah.
Do you get that? Do you want that, Stephen?
Okay, very
Great.
good.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. I'm wondering if we would, well, okay. Our next item is the fiscal year 27 budget process and schedule. Would you like to outline that a bit? I had mentioned the back-to-back dates in November, so that's part of it.
Yeah, that is a big part of it. I was interested in just making sure we were all on the same page as far as the timing. I can say that internally we have been working with our department heads, by we, I mean, finance office and myself primarily, working through drafts for operational budgets for fiscal year 27 and looking at the capital budgeting needs based on the plan that we had adopted 2 years ago, which is going to obviously change every year with some modifications. So we hope to have that ready in some iteration for the first meeting in November, which will be the 12th. Then we would have a quick turnaround by necessity to have the second meeting in November on the 19th. So to help us prepare for the presentation, we would like to try to get some kind of an understanding of the board's expectation, primarily for, I guess, a year-over-year increase. And we went through this exercise last year. I think the board majority landed on we should be shooting at roughly a 6% target for increase from prior year. And that is helpful to Barry and I as we work with the departments on their needs and trying to come in as close as we can to a number that the board is going to feel comfortable with going forward. And that doesn't mean any of it's locked in place, but if we come in and our expectation is a 12% increase and the board says, well, no, that's nothing we would ever consider, we would basically need to go back to the drawing board and try to cut things down to a level where they were at 6% or lower. So if I think what we did last year was kind of get a gauge there, a straw poll perhaps, of whether that is, again, kind of a reasonable number for us to target. And a couple other things, but maybe one at a time. That would be a first discussion.
Okay, so perhaps first to decide if we're comfortable with a 6% increase, or to say what is it based on? For instance, our sort of wage increases that we expect, and also as health insurance going up or down?
It is.
Because that's a big driver, right?
Down?
It has gone up significantly, but not as significantly as it was initially proposed by the insurer. And that was like a 23% increase year over year.
That was the initial?
That was the initial. I think we're down in the low teens right now.
Okay, so that, to me, that's a decrease.
So it's a big
decrease of an increase.
It's a big increase, but it's less than
we
saw last year. It's a little more manageable than what it could have been. The other big driving factor for the budget is in the operating budget is wages. And so we have 3.6% cost of living adjustment that went into effect for this current year. And then there's obviously a 2% step increase that every municipal employee hits and is awarded on a satisfactory evaluation at their anniversary. And so, right there, we're looking at close to 6% for that one piece. All of those increases then flow down through as far as the benefits go. So you have percentages of employee wages that go into the insurance pieces. And so it's helpful, again, to kind of have a guideline of what is a reasonable expectation we should be coming in looking to shoot for. And again, I think 6% is a fair and reasonable expectation, but if that's not the will of the board, we would adjust accordingly.
All right, Priscilla?
Everybody knows I don't understand municipal finance, so I want to put that out there as a disclaimer that I could be totally wrong. But the last time I thought I looked at it, I thought we had a surplus of about $970,000. And I'm wondering if we have a big surplus, maybe that number's not quite right, then how does that factor into the idea that we would need an increase in the budget?
Okay, so we need to keep in mind the surplus amount. That's your point, right?
Yeah, because if it's almost $1 million and our budget is about $6 million, that's a
sizable chunk.
I am unclear as to where that number is coming from. That's not a number I've ever.
Well, there's the 700,000.
No.
My infamous $700,000. No,
that's years ago.
It's gone.
Has it really gone? I don't know.
It's annually we will have a surplus. We are expecting to have some level of a surplus. The exact number of that really is not clear until we've completed our audit for fiscal year 25. And then we will have a decision to make about how we use surplus funds as we have the last few years. And that's usually a discussion with the public at some level, and then articles that would appear on a ballot as far as chosen choices and making sure voters affirm that surplus is used in that way.
Sure.
Matt?
I can't read Priscilla's mind, but I think maybe the question is, if we have a significant surplus this year, does that indicate that there's ways that we can trim this coming year's budget? Or is that surplus generated by planning for positions that we have to hold open and budget for, but we haven't filled? Is that surplus generated, to sum it up, is that larger surplus generated by things that we can control in the next budget and reduce, or is it not?
And I think that will be part of our discussion. And again, we aren't going to know a very final number on what our surplus will be. We'll have an estimate as we did last year. So I think that's the best answer I can give you, in October of this year. Is we expect to have a surplus. We will have probably a reasonable idea of what level of surplus, and we will probably, again, as we did last year, be able to try to figure out, so where did that come from specifically? Mm-hmm. And that will eventually, I think, help us with the final budget of, did we overestimate what was needed for certain line items, right? And that would be a creation of that. Are these open positions that we needed a budget for, but were unfilled in the last year, and that's what created a budget? Or it's usually a combination of a number of different things, or increased revenue that we somehow didn't anticipate, having revenue levels that were higher than budgeted. So a couple factors will play into that.
Okay. I have a question. So the 6% is very logical to me, just thinking about wages, but I'm not quite as sure when we're talking about our capital expenditure, and also for supplies like salt and sand and pavement and so forth. So that I don't know what's a good rule of thumb as far as percentage. And some of that may not be known, except that everything goes up,
Well, yeah, as we are aware, what we're doing here is budgeting for expenses that we're not going to see for a year and a half. Mm-hmm. It's really it's a difficult thing to do.
Game in some ways.
Yeah, it's a guessing game.
There need to be some parameters too.
So again, to my request to just give a handle from the board's perspective of what we should be trying to target, and it doesn't mean everything's going to come in less than 6%, right? There could be some items that are going to be higher and some that are lower within the department's budget or within the capital budget. But again, if we're just shooting blind, it's probably not as effective as having some level of a target to come in with on the 12th.
Mm-hmm. Emo?
Can I just ask a question about how I'm a little, I don't want anybody to be angry with me, but the step, the step is automatic if you get
with a satisfactory review. It is automatic.
Oh, I'm curious because the state says a merit step increase or permanent adjustments to salary that advance the step level by 1 or 2 steps may be appropriate when faster than normal salary advancement is warranted due to sustained long-term performance that significantly exceeds all standards. So so I'm just wondering if we do that for all Norwich employees all the time, every year.
I think where we started with that is the union negotiations.
That was my question.
Yeah, and those have been negotiated, and it was a 5-year contract. So, and then it's a question of, do you have parity of that with everyone else? And we've just traditionally have had that parity.
Okay.
So that's the answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's all dictated in the personnel policy for Norwich.
Oh, Marcia, go ahead.
I wrote this memo last year, but basically in 2023, just to give you an idea, the VLCT found 42 articles that proposed use of surplus funds to reduce property taxes. And I think largely, they're talking about being proactive and looking at your
revenues and your expenses, and being conservative with what you expect for revenues, and thinking broadly about what you have for future expenses and, all the things that we know we're going to have to pay for. But the bear in the room is there's a statute that says if you mess it up and you have a deficit, then when you're making up the next annual tax bill, you have to add a tax of 5% or such multiple of 5 in addition to the tax vote already authorized by law to be levied upon the grand list. So if you mess it up, you really do harm. If you have a surplus, on the other hand, that you then turn around, as we have done, and say, voters, how do you want to use this money? And, when we had a large surplus at one point, we brainstormed some things that we presented to people, and then it went on the ballot.
Okay, I think there's still a question of what amount surplus are people comfortable in carrying so that we don't go into a deficit situation, but we also don't appear to be being efficient in our budget process. So there's some kind of sweet spot there. And I don't know what it is. But
well, sorry.
It's hard.
Yeah, Matt?
If I'm understanding you correctly, you've already done a lot of work into this budget. And so you probably have a fairly good handle on what percentage, or at least a range of percentage of what we're looking at for an overall budget increase. Is that right?
No,
No.
I don't really have that yet.
Okay. But 6% is something that you think is a
I
reasonable target.
think that is what we landed on last year after much discussion and, numbers thrown out from negative to flat to 3, 5, 7, whatever. But 6 seemed to be where we ended up and had some justification based on, again, the fixed costs of wage increases that are going to happen. Those are kind of out of our hands, and the increases in insurance. And, that's on the operational side. As Mary mentioned, we have the capital budget piece, which, again, we are going to try to come in at that 6% if we can do so. And if we can't, as we did last year, we'll have a discussion about why not? Like, what was the reasoning behind having to have something that was a higher level of an increase than what we would ideally want to have.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, you done?
No, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but if I could get some kind of a feel for that, I would appreciate it this evening.
Okay.
Unless there are more questions about it that I didn't answer, but we could just kind of go through with a group and see where people are right now.
All right. Well, are you guys comfortable in saying? We could go around. Are you comfortable with 6%?
Well, the VLCT says that's not the way to do it. But we have done that. People preferred that in the last few iterations of this board.
Mm-hmm.
And we had 6% last year. I can't remember the 2 years before. Do you remember? I mean,
It was higher. The 2 years before was a bigger increase. I think it was a double digit, if I recall.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're in a very unique historical moment where things are kind of falling apart, and I think expenses are only going to rise. So I don't know. I mean, what we could do is, if you want to try looking at 6% like you did last year, and then departments come in and say, well, I don't know. I mean, some are going to come in and say they want more. And last year, what we did was sit with them and say, why, justify the why.
Yeah, that's the second piece of my kind of expectations that I have to try to get out tonight.
So for lack of anything else, I'd say 6%.
I think it's an okay working number, but I'd want to see what's behind it and more about the capital and the other expenses like sand and salt, paving, and so forth. So just as a place to start, I'm fine with it. You came out.
I'm absorbing. I feel a little bit, sorry, unprepared.
Okay,
And
you want to pass or?
my expectation is that you would have a strong recommendation to us, and it feels a little bit waffly.
No, my recommendation is 6%. I don't mean to be ambiguous about that. I think that's a number that we can come back with as a, again, an expectation, a place to start.
So my experience is that the person making a recommendation has numbers that would suggest that's a reasonable recommendation. I feel like what we're doing here is coming up with a number that you're going to take to your people and say, hey, can you do this?
Mhm.
And if they could have come in at 3%, why bother? Come in at 6%.
No, that's not really fair to the department heads, though.
Well, I'm just saying from my perspective, it feels a little bit like we're pushing upstream rather than getting downstream information that we can then respond to. So
We can come in shooting in the dark, but I feel like that is going to probably lead us to having to revise the budget. Because if there's not a firm number that I can work off of, like that 6%, when we have these final meetings with our departments and say, hey, you're at 7.2, we want to get this down to 6 because that's an expectation that the board has put out. How can we trim that down? Or not, or they can just say, gosh, it's got to be 7.2 and I want to come in and defend why we're there.
but you can't actually tell me why you're recommending 6%. It just seems like that's what we've done in the past.
Well, we just said it was 5.6% increase in the fixed cost for wages. So that's driving a lot of this operational.
What percent are wages to overall tax bill?
To the overall tax.
To the overall budget.
The overall budget.
I would have to look at that. I'd have to pull some numbers to figure that one out.
Okay, well, I guess this is what I mean. That's a number I would expect to have if I'm going to be asked to give a.
Okay. Well, why don't you pass and then
I'm going to pass on this right now.
Okay.
Not because I want to. Because
Well, good questions, but you're allowed to pass. How about you, Priscilla?
That's an issue I'd made note of. I'd like to know how much is wages and how much is other stuff like salt, sand, police cruisers,
Yeah, fire trucks.
propane,
Right.
whatever, and not, I don't know that in it. I know you say it's more work for you guys, but I just hate saying, oh, well, let's aim for this because you'll get there. I wish we could just say, what do you think it's going to cost you to run your department? You know what maybe your wages are going to do. You can calculate your benefits. And what do you think the other things are going to do? I mean, like oil is down at the moment. Everything's insecure. I understand that, but
yeah.
So, but I don't like the idea of saying, oh, let's aim for 6%. I would like to say, what do you actually need to run your department?
Okay. Is that a pass or?
No, it's saying I won't go for 6%.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right.
Because I don't
have a number?
No, I don't have a number. I want to know what does Department A think it needs to run itself, given that this much, and it will vary from department to department, depending on, like the highway department has a lot of stuff that, the town manager's office doesn't have, right?
Right.
So it'll vary from department to department. So I would just be curious to see what do you think it's going to take to run your department?
Okay. How about you, Matt?
But what I'm hearing you say is that it's around a 6% step up in wages. That's kind of a given, and it's about a 15% step up in benefits, health insurance, that kind of stuff. And remembering the way Barry presented, and you presented it last year, I don't remember off the top of my head, Kimo, but it's a significant part of our operating budget that is driven by wages and benefits, a huge amount.
Like 70?
So
70?
70%.
So
it's a lot.
It's
On the budget?
Yeah, there was
Okay.
a
Well,
pie
that
chart
gives
or
me
something. And so, if those are those are two huge driving forces, and if you're recommending to us that you think 6% is reasonable, that you'll have to kind of claw some money down, I'm comfortable with giving you 6%. I should read the study that you referenced, because I remember you referencing it last year, and I should have done it then.
I can send it to you.
But if you're looking for ballpark, I'm comfortable saying 6%, and then we'll obviously this is a longer, we'll have plenty of discussing.
This is just a
This just gives you-
draft target that helps me
Right.
work with our department heads to come in with what we feel like is an acceptable increase year to year. I mean, to be honest, if we have no limit there, if it's just, what do you want to run your department? It'll be higher than
Might be
6%.
pretty high.
And so I'm trying to do a lot of this middle work as the town manager, managing the department heads, working for the select board, who is ultimately going to have to approve this budget, to make this as efficient as we can. Because I don't think it makes any sense to come in with department heads expecting to see a 20% increase year over year because they feel like that's really what I would like to have to work with. And then being told after the first meeting, with a month and a half to go in our process, cut that down to 5%. That is what causes consternation in the departments. So it's much better, I think, to do this beforehand and come in with what we all feel is something we can work with.
And I also hear you saying that 6% you feel is a somewhat reasonable number for capital appropriations.
Well, that's
planning to be continued,
that's more difficult because again, we had underfunded our capital budgets historically for years. We tried to do a catch up about in 2 years ago's budget. We put a lot of money in. That's why we had a double-digit increase. We're trying to get on to now a steady, consistent amount of appropriations into capital budgets that allow us to plan out again 5 or 10 and even longer for major expenditures, right? So that's what we want to be aware of. It's nice, it's nice to say we're not going to do it this year, but it hits you twice as hard 3 years later if you don't, right? So again, I will make no promises, but I think with a target to shoot at, we're going to have a much more efficient process here.
Well, it sounds like we have 3 that may be comfortable with 6, at least as a starting point.
If that is indeed the high percentage of wages and insurance, then I'm happy with.
You're okay with that? Okay.
And it is. I'm uncomfortable saying it's 63% or 69%.
Well, I'm just kidding.
It's a big piece of the operational budget for sure. Okay.
Marcia?
I was just going to comment, if you look at the materials in the packet, you can see the salaries and what that, and you can see the health. So you can sort of figure out easily, that's the huge part. That's
Okay, well, easily is
but, well, I mean, if you have a calculator, you could do it.
Yeah.
But the big problem that I find with budgeting is what Brennan said. You can't kick the can down the road too much if you're going to plan for those big ticket items like a $500,000 fire truck, And so those are the things that we have to say, okay, town, we've got a surplus this year. Shall we put some of that towards what we know that we're going to need for this big ticket equipment?
I have a question. So at the beginning of this discussion that we're talking about looking at the operational budget and also the capital budget, which I think we had done out 5 years. Is that right?
It goes out longer than that.
10, okay, 5 or 10. So on November 12th, what will we be able to look at?
Well, that is a great segue, Mary, to my next question to the board is how do we want to present this? Okay, and I think there are a couple ways, 2 ways to do this. What we did last year was kind of sequentially work through the operational budgets. And then when we had an approval that, yes, everything looks like that can be acceptable, then we moved to the capital budgets. We looked at that, then we came back at the end of the process and put both of those together and had another meeting or 2 meetings where everything was together. We can do it that way. It's kind of a linear process, and I think it makes some sense. The alternative would be to come in at the first meeting with everything put together in one place and let people take a quick look at that. And then probably in the next meeting, which would be the second meeting in November, go into more detail. And I think last year we had, again, with the expectation that if you were a department that had met that 6% threshold and were under that, you were okay. We weren't going to look any more detail of that. If you were above the 6%, it was a meeting of that department head to come in and kind of explain, okay, here's why I need to be above 6%. I think it was the police department and the DPW, which are the two larger departments. So we could certainly do it that way again. Again, it would be helpful to Barry and I as we kind of plan for this. You know, we're going to have information for a packet here within the next 2 weeks. Is how do we want to? How would the board like to see that? Did it make sense last year? Was that effective? Do we want to do something different where we come in with everything at one time? You get to see the whole budget as a whole, and then we can, you know, look at inner pieces of that as we go forward. Is there a preference of the board, I guess?
I'd like to see the whole thing, at least in draft form.
Okay. Yeah, I think I had a prior conversation with Matt. I think he felt the same way, that even though it might be a little overwhelming, it's also helpful to see everything kind of in one place as a draft, and nobody freaks out and says, oh my gosh, let's burn up the listserv with the problem here. And then let us come in and kind of explain or go into more detail about the budget itself.
Okay, I'm noticing our finance committee person would like to speak.
Can I just?
You want to say one thing? Okay, Marcia.
I'm not against having the big picture, but I think to avoid the inevitable confusion that will help engender, I'm wondering if it's possible to do like the dummies version, you know, on top of it, like really shorthand.
Like a schematic?
Well, I don't know how you want to do it. You know, presumably Barry has an idea, but then.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out. So what does the board expect to see? Do they want to have all of the detail down to each line item and percentage increases, or do we want to have more of a holistic, this is the big picture for this department, it's at 5.6%, which is under our threshold, and are there any specific questions? If not, we're good with that one. You know, that's two ways of approaching it, I think.
Marcia?
I mean, it seems when I hear people talking, it seems like, you know, people are concerned about salaries, health insurance, how much sand we buy. I don't think we're caring about pencils, but it might be that we, without the capital items like trucks and stuff that we want to buy, or the department thinks we should buy, I think it might be helpful if we did just the kinds of overview of things that people are most concerned about, so that we could say the salary for X department is going to be this, and it's X% higher than last year. I don't know, just throwing it out there.
Kimo?
This will appear in the packet, correct?
Some materials will appear in the packet, yeah.
But not all of it. I guess the reason I'm asking is because if it's going to be in the packet, when you're thinking about what we would like to see, I think it would be helpful to think what the public needs to see to understand it easily, which is kind of the same thing I would like to see.
Well, I think it'll be, you know, it's a packet that goes to the select board because you're authorized and responsible for making that approval and sending it to the voters. But it's all going to be the same document. There's not going to be like a select board version and a public version. It's going to be, everyone will see it at the same time.
Yeah. So if there is a way to have a simplified explanation.
Maybe, you know, with large research papers, there's an executive summary.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah. No, I think that was one of our thoughts, is how do we, especially if we're putting everything out there on the first day, it's overwhelming. So is there a way that we can work through that with a memo or something that would say, here are the highlights of what you're going to look at?
That would be helpful.
I think we can easily do that.
So that sounds like your option number 2.
Okay.
Wait, what's option number 2?
One big budget.
Put it all out there in one time.
Yeah, I would say, I think that having the executive summary is important, like Barry did last year. both in sort of table format, and she did a nice, or both of you did a nice job at sort of outlining the major driving forces and the percentage changes. And then I think that we have agreed, I hear that we're agreeing on, we'd like to see everything, line item by line item, 2 years of actuals going back or something like, as possible, 2 years of actuals going back, and then percentage change per line item, what's requested and what the last year's budget was. And that, I think that's what will give us a starting point for discussion. And I'm assuming that, like Kimo was asking, that it's all going to be in the packet so that we can all look at it in depth. And really, it's more time efficient because then we can look at it for a while before we actually talk with you.
Yeah, I think the key there is to maintain calm.
Sure.
Right, because it's gonna look like a big mess and not, geez, I can't understand that one little line, that doesn't make sense, or boy, why is that 110% higher than it was last year?
Right.
That seems wrong. Like, let's look at it, and then let's have a second meeting where we can kind of explain that, or bring department heads in that might want to give a more detail about an increase that they feel is necessary.
Yeah, I'd like to add one more thing. I think that it would be nice to have each one of the department heads come in and just present for 5 or 10 minutes about where their department is at, and if there are things looking forward. It might not even be in this budget year, but just kind of like something that they are expecting, whether it's like a decrease or an increase in funds. I think that this is, I don't want to take up a lot of time doing it, but this is our opportunity to speak face to face with each department head and kind of just get a where we are now, where we expect to be, kind of thing. I mean, obviously, if they're asking for a lot more money in this year, that warrants a discussion. But I think that it's not a bad idea to spend, at least if it's 5 or 10 minutes, just, you don't have that many department heads.
Okay. I'd like to call on Stephen Hepburn. Is that okay with the board?
Can I just answer what he said?
Okay,
All right.
go ahead.
I just want to say, we might have to do an extra meeting because
It might take some time.
It might take too long.
That's fine. I think that's fine.
I don't know.
Okay. Would you like to come up and speak, Stephen? Sure. Okay, I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Stephen Hepburn, Finance Committee Chair. Just wanted to make a couple of points. I think it echoes some of the stuff that you guys have already said about kind of having a target and backing into it versus going through the process that you suggested, Marcia. But understanding, Brendan, that you would ideally have some targets to work with. Another piece that I've seen from some of the discussions is the various school boards already have draft budgets available, actually from a month or two ago, for next year. The way they did that was they took last year's budget. They had an estimate for health insurance increases. It sounds like we have kind of actual estimates for it. They had the steps in the salaries, and then I believe they put CPI for all of the other items. And that was the first look at a potential budget that they had available 2 months ago for people to start reviewing. So I just wanted to share that with the committee and with you, Brennan. On point about, I'm also thinking about, as we've had some conversations about potential tasks for the finance committee. I remember one that was mentioned a while back was, in a world where we may have to cut budgets, potentially tasking the finance committee with what would you cut as a high level question, which if we go through the process kind of as we've described, we have a target, we get through to the end of the year, then we do the capital, then we end up with a number that people aren't happy with. And then the question gets posed to the finance committee, well, what would you cut? That's already kind of potentially getting an adversarial relationship there. So to suggest some targets that Brennan can work with the select board's permission. I'm also conscious that last year, I understand that we aimed for a level service budget. Is that correct?
I think one person advocated.
I did. I advocated for that, but everybody else, I think, went for 6% last year.
So not level budget, level service, just like.
Yeah,
the service.
Yes.
Oh, all
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And it sounds like the discussion we're at the moment is potentially level service for this year again. One thing that I'm personally not clear on is what is the level of service for each department, which would be interesting to have a summary. I know from bits and pieces, and I know the police department, so I'm sticking in my mind that there's been an ambition from some people to have a 24/7 police department. We currently don't have 24/7. And then I'm sure there's other permutations of the police department. So as a suggestion, it may be worthwhile asking, as this budget process with the department heads are going, to ask for a level service budget, B, potentially a level budget, and then C, potentially if you had to cut something, where would those cuts come from and which services would it impact? So that by the time you get to the conversation 2 or 3 months down the line where people think this budget is high, we want to look at where we can cut, that legwork has already been done and it's not starting from scratch, it's just making trade-offs at that point. So just wanted to share those points.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I think I had one other point, and Marcia, he said something that birded in my head a while ago, and it's left since then.
It was about having to decide secondarily how much we need away for the big ticket items.
Okay.
That was mentioned, though, right?
Yeah, I think that would just be kind of our capital piece.
Budget.
Okay, well, I'm happy that we made some progress on this piece. So I'm hearing, just let me reiterate what I think I heard was 6% would be a goal that we will try to shoot for here. We want to have a first meeting on November 12th. Well, I think I know what it was. So we have regular meetings. Do we want to dictate an hour, like an hour and a half at the beginning of each meeting, like we did at the last year? I think we did it the year before.
Is that enough?
I think an hour and a half would probably be good each meeting, knowing we have at least
That's
4.
wise.
And if we feel like we need to add a meeting at some point, we should do so. That would be an expectation that most of this is wrapped up before the holidays, and then maybe a final meeting in January to confirm, we would have a date that we'd have to meet to have the budget prepared and approved. So that might have been what I was thinking of, was, are we comfortable? What that will also mean, just from our kind of agenda run of show, is we are going to have to probably trim back on some of the other pieces that are we have 3-hour meetings to begin with. So we're going to have to be diligent about what can we push to a period where we're not in a budget.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So first meeting on November 12th, everything put out there with potentially an executive summary that would kind of highlight this is what you might want to focus on, or these are explanations for things that might catch your eye. We want to have all the department heads. I heard Matt say that. I wasn't sure if everyone else wanted to do the same, but we can do it. We can have people come in and say, can you prepare a 5? Some of them are going to be 10 just because of the complexities of what they're doing. A 10-minute kind of summary of your budget for this year from your standpoint as the department head. And then I would say at a future meeting, if there are more details or more concern about a certain increase, they could always come back, or we could get a memo from them that would explain kind of what's happening there. I want to be, as best we can, efficient, right? And I want to make sure that we're being respectful of the department head's time during the evening hours. So we'll have to figure out like exactly how much time and how we can get through that. I think we could do it all in one meeting potentially, and that
might be nice to have them all in one.
Yeah, just online, or
try to do it early in the meeting will be.
Okay, thank you. This has been helpful to me.
Marsha, you have the last
comment. Just wondering if maybe we wanted to do that. We could do a Zoom meeting, an extra one, like in November or even early December.
Maybe.
And that helps.
But we could, especially I think the early December might work if we needed to do a special meeting. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, just craft it that it's nothing else but hearing from department heads. Get it done.
Yeah, like I said, that's possible on the 19th too. I think we should do that early in the process, more so than later, because I think that'll be informative to select board members.
Sure. I didn't mean to add more department head meetings. I was assuming that they would each come in and the department heads where they, let's say, ask for more than 6%, like the discussion with them would be, why do you need that?
Mm-hmm.
And then the ones that are 6% or below, it's more of an informative thing. Okay.
Yeah, no, I think
that was clear.
I think that is clear.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we should move on. So thank you for that discussion. Next is the Finance Committee task report. Would you like to come back up, Stephen, and present?
I hate to do, you've been waiting so patiently. Break.
So,
Anybody else want a break?
we could have a break.
Or well, do Stevens stuff and then?
Yeah, let's hear
All
from
right.
Stephen and then we'll take a little break.
Okay.
Okay. So Stephen presented a memo to us, the comparable towns. This was a task that we gave to the Finance Committee. You all have had a chance to read it.
Mhm.
And I think the part of the work is done, that they've chosen certain towns based on data: Woodstock, Heartland, Waterbury, Chester, Thetford, Sharon, and Newbury, based on salary benchmarking, which we had in-house, which ranked their similarity to Norwich, I think. Select board member suggestions and Finance Committee recommendations. Are people okay with the towns that have been selected? What'd you think, Brennan?
So I had a couple thoughts. I haven't really talked to you, Stephen, so nice to meet you. So I early on, I looked at the comparable community analysis that was done back in 2023 by GovHR, which I think you've also used here clearly. And they had kind of a metric which made a lot of sense in many ways and is similar to what you have come up with, which was like the per capita income of the town, total budget in the population, what the municipal taxes were. They had sales and use tax there, which I don't think is terribly applicable maybe to us. And then they had like the proximity to Norwich, and those were all kind of in a metric, and they put it all into an algorithm and it came back. So Woodstock was definitely at the top of that list. And I think that's a very comparable town. Heartland was also rated highly there. The issue with Heartland that I'm aware of is they do not have a full-time police department. You may or may not already be aware of that, but that would be something where I think if we could find towns that had similar services, that might be helpful. Although I also don't rule out that Heartland might be a good comparable town. And then you had mentioned Waterbury and Chester that were on there. The one that wasn't on here that I always thought is similar in many ways was Manchester, which is geographically further away from Norwich. But I think if you took out the proximity piece, which it scored 3 points because it's on the other side of the state versus some of these closer towns scored 11. So that like bumped up their similarities. So that might be just a suggestion. I don't know if you've looked at Manchester as a comparable town, but that was one I just was looking at it like, boy, that would make sense. And then some of the smaller ones, like especially Sharon, like to me, that would be hard for me to picture that we have similar service levels to Sharon. And I think there was a mention that the roads were, talked about in a previous discussion. And I think if I understood it, you're trying to get down to 5, right? So you had 7 here that were, is that right?
Yes, so that's what we had suggested. So far, we have a short list of 7. We didn't have a quorum, so we couldn't get to the 5. But I'm happy to take some additional suggestions, look at it. get that down to 5 or leave it as 7 or 8. I think when we have different comparable towns, when it comes to, again, the services within the town, no town is going to be exactly the same. So my expectation is when we do get to comparing and contrasting, we wouldn't be saying, hey, look at the police force here versus here if they don't have one, or if it's a very small one. We would expect to be noting that as well. But yeah, happy to take a look at Manchester, happy to take a look at the GovHR study, removing the proximity and seeing if that brings anything else to the top. And then, like I said, happy for us to either get down to a list of 5 by ourselves, take guidance, take a different direction, that 7 or 8 is appropriate.
Yeah, that was my only suggestion is Manchester and I guess the when I talk about like the police department and our fire department, like those are huge capital budgeting pieces of our pie, right? So if you had a town that did have a police department, even a small one, which, you know, I'd consider Norwich a small force, but we still have, 4 or 5 cars that are getting budgeted for. Fire department, yeah, I assume most towns have some level of equipment that they capital budget for, and most small towns, Matt, you probably know better than I, have some level of a volunteer fire department or share services maybe. So anyway, just trying to as close as we can get, because I think that will be the most useful, to compare.
Yep, thank you.
And Marcia?
I sort of thought Chester used the state police, so I'm not sure why they're in there, but maybe they have their own now.
So at the moment, we haven't dug into comparing exactly departments for departments. This is high level similarity. And if a town is similar on 4 out of 5 measures, I think that's still valuable to look at the 4 out of 5 again. If we look at and they don't have a fire department, they don't have a police department, then we wouldn't be suggesting that we go to a 0 budget for that, because that would be nonsensical. But yeah, so we haven't gone to that level of detail yet. This has been higher level comparability.
I think it would be important to have those big ticket items for us in the towns you're looking at. They should have a fire department. They should have a police department. They should have a town manager potentially.
If possible, if you can find all that in area towns, right? There's going to be some variability.
Sharon doesn't, right?
Any other comments or questions?
I just found this a really interesting table. Really interesting information.
It's very good.
And when I look at per capita income, I say, there can't be a lot of kids in any of these towns, because that would lower the per capita income, right? Well, especially when you look at household income versus per capita. Oh, but anyway, it's a great chart. Thanks.
Sure.
If we're looking to, if one of the questions is what could we drop, I think Sharon Newbury could be dropped, and I do like the idea of Manchester from what I know about it, even though it's not nearby. We're not like that's. I think for a salary and compensation study that might be more relevant, but for comparing sort of it's hard to compare Norwich to other, like it's complex, right? I mean, you can see it right there. And so Manchester might be a good comparison. I would say that'd be great to put on there. I appreciate that you put paved versus dirt. I thought that was a really interesting one because it's come up, how difficult it is to maintain dirt roads. And so that's a huge resource.
And expensive to pave roads.
And repave them. Yeah.
Yep. Can we agree as a whole to drop Sharon and Newbury and adopt Manchester? Is that okay with everybody?
One question about Manchester is the nature of that town is quite different. It's a commercial town.
More like Woodstock.
A lot of retail.
Ours is a residential town. And so I'm wondering if the figures there could be worth looking at.
Yeah, it might not, again, it's hard to compare things. Yeah, Woodstock probably is a lot more applicable to Norwich, I guess, but Woodstock also has a serious
big commercial
base. Probably not as big as Manchester, but yeah, it's hard.
I mean, be worth looking at.
The contrast might be as interesting as the similarities. How does this town with a tax base from tourism or ski area compared to, you know, what our tax base is, so. Okay.
But it sounds as though we wouldn't have to compare them on everything. I mean, if a town doesn't have a fire department, we don't worry about looking at their fire department versus our fire department, right?
Sure.
So
we could do,
but maybe there's
compare
some
by
other things that are
departments.
useful
Yeah.
to look at in comparison with what we do.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, so nothing's gonna match completely.
Right.
It's fine.
Okay. Well,
It's really good.
sure. Yes. And-
So did we actually like to drop Sharon and Newbury and Ed?
Well, how do you all feel about that? Is that okay? So dropping Sharon and Newbury and adopting Manchester? Is that okay with everybody?
It's okay.
Is there a reason to drop anything at this point?
Well, I don't know if we need, I don't know how many you want to look at.
The main reason that we were trying to limit it to 5 was to limit the legwork when we start to get deeper into it.
Yeah.
So, but I think 5 or 6 is close enough, and we're either happy to take the direction and just make that change and accept that as we are, or take it as an advisement, and we can decide at our next finance committee meeting. Either way.
Oh, are you asking us to choose, or do you think you're more comfortable choosing the 5 out of this big list?
I'm good with either of those options. So select the preference.
To the people who know what they're.
Just let them
looking at
run with it a little bit.
personally.
Maybe take the Manchester suggestion though. Maybe take a look at that.
Sure. I mean, if we're taking it back ourselves, we would also look at Chester because Marcia has suggested it as well.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Good. And then we are going to have a 5-minute break. I'm thinking on agenda formation, we should just put it in there. Okay. I don't know why we don't, but I think now we're going to have a break now.
The
Okay?
recording has
So-
stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Oh, he doesn't, well, I did it anyway, it's on.
We'll be discussing agenda item number 11, Finance Committee School Board MOU. Which Marcia was in touch with Garrett Tom and revised the MOU to reflect his input. Are there questions or comments, Hemo?
In our last discussion on this, we had pointed out that in the past, Norwich and Hanover had equal numbers. Norwich had 7, Hanover had 7.
Right.
I guess I'm wondering, does the language in this apply equally to the Hanover committee?
I don't think it does, and they said that they were happy with this language and that it more closely represented the ratio between Norwich and Dresden. But be that as it may, all I did was send this to Garrett and say, can you all look at this? We found references to, there used to be a person nominated from the select board to sit on this kind of ex officio or whatever, and a person from the school board. And he didn't think that was necessary. And so he was happy with the 5, and all the changes that are in here are from them. He just said, come back and tell me what would work for you, for the school board. Right, because this is a memorandum of understanding between the 2 boards. It's got a historical background, that we talked about, but tell us what you want. That's what he told us.
And the other thing about this MOU, this is for a year. So we're not working this out for the long term. We're trying this out to try to reestablish this relationship. So that after this has gone through this iteration, we might find that it works fine, or we might find that maybe it needs further tweaks.
So, but if this goes in for a year, won't this
till
become
March
the new
1st, it says.
standard? I mean, this would become the new, there would be no reason to go. Moving forward, this would become this is what we've been doing. And
this one's going to sunset so that we know that it works, so that we will be forced to look at it again.
Does anybody else concerned that we have unequal? It used to be equal, and presumably there are votes that come up. And if Hanover has 7 and we have 5, we're going to lose every vote. So do we care about that?
Apparently, Garrett didn't think that everybody comes to these meetings. So, and there may not be, I don't know how many people will be at those meetings.
Is there an objection to having a number 7 or to having equal numbers?
He's happy with this, that's all I can tell you.
But Garrett is the
chairman of the Norwich School Board.
He's the chairman of the Norwich School Board. Sorry, I should know this. Well, I'm asking, does it concern anybody else? It just seems concerning to me that this feels Hanover's doing this. They're interviewing Norwich.
Of course, it has been, we've been 0 for several years.
Yeah.
That we were very outvoted. So at least we're catching up, right? But maybe it's more about input from Norwich, not any, really critical votes, but just having a voice of Norwich in this at least to get it back together. So there's that, but yeah, the numbers thing to me just, maybe it's good to be very thorough and have it be equal and also odd numbers and all of that. But also it's just maybe important to rebuild this relationship and get it going on some level. And the more that we debate it, the less time there is for the finance committee to, work with the school board to even start a conversation. So
yeah. Okay. It just doesn't sound like a debate to me. It sounds like these things came up and they didn't get entered here. There's no commentary back about why not. It's just, well, he thought this was fine.
Well,
so I'm trying to.
You're trying to sort it out.
Due diligence.
Okay.
Here.
Well, let's go around and then we'll get to Stephen too. So, Priscilla?
This grieves me because I feel maybe we really messed up. I'm not blaming anybody. We were trying to reconstitute something, but I feel as though we said, okay, we should have a finance committee. We asked people to volunteer. They applied, we interviewed them, we appointed them. We didn't quite get to 7. But now, according to this, it sounds as though the school board says, well, now we want to re-interview everybody and decide if we think they're okay. And maybe we won't decide they're okay, which, I mean, it's like, that seems really insulting to, why do we do this to people who volunteer to do something so important for it? I just think that's, and I don't want to have bad feelings with the school board, but it's like, this doesn't sit very well with me.
Okay.
Plus, I think it'd be nice to have 7.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
To address your statement just quickly, that was our mistake because the original MOU had said that the finance committee for Norwich was, if it was going to be part of the school board also had to kind of weigh in on the original interviewing process. So they when we were reconstituting.
So we screwed up.
Yeah, exactly.
But I feel as though we should apologize to people.
And as far as the numbers go, I think that the MOU is that they execute the same duties as they do for their board, for their select boards. And at least on this side of the river, it's an advisory committee. So I think that the five people advising is fine with me. And then maybe if after a year we feel like there's something wrong with the inequitable numbers, like we could advocate for 7. But it's still an advisory committee, and it's nice to have a seat at the table.
It's an initial effort too. So to revive it the way it was going to be onerous. This is sort of a compromise to at least start a conversation. And someone could be its champion next time around and really work out all the details, because that takes time, it takes research. And as Marcia had shown that timeline of all the different iterations, which was very complex. So that all takes time to straighten that out. So I think at least with this, there's a beginning of a conversation with the finance committee and the school board. So I think that's positive. So even though this is not perfect, no insults were intended anywhere, but the structures that you have, I think as simple as possible is good. But then as Chemo is saying, try to structure it so it's going to be fair. I mean, we could have just canceled the whole thing in the beginning too, and not had misunderstandings like we did with the audit committee. We could have gone down that route too, but I think we're trying to do this at least.
I think we need a finance committee.
Good. Well, this is not perfect and no insults in any direction. So we can go forward with this. If we don't, I don't think we're going to have time to really make it perfect. So before we get into budget season and before the actual work that the finance committee wants to do is sort of happening right in front of them. So, there are constraints on this.
But even if we're not happy with this, that doesn't mean we don't want to have a finance committee to assist the select board.
Well, I'm not suggesting that we don't. I'm just saying that to make it workable isn't as easy as you might think.
Apparently not.
It's not easy, so we're trying and, maybe we get grade C, but we're at least trying. Marcia?
I think, not speaking for Gary, but I think that what I was hearing was that they wanted this to be a workable situation, right? They don't want it to be problematic. And so this looked like it was workable. And I think what we have to remember is that the history here is, and I don't have the history in front of me, but the timeline, way back at the beginning, the agreement was that there would be a selection by the select board and the school board. And so we kind of violated that. So we're giving them, okay, well, we'd like to have a seat at the table, so you can certainly look at the people that we have appointed and opine. But I also think it's important to remember that we could call it, the duck committee and the goose committee. There's a finance committee that's part of the Dresden committee, and that should have been appointed by the select board and the school board. It wasn't, but they're willing to work with it, but they do want to meet the people, which is reasonable. And then the goose, or whatever other committee you want to call them, that we appoint to work for the budget for the town, doesn't necessarily have to have the same sort of structure, right? So if there's 5 people that are going to sit on the Dresden as representing Dartmouth, representing Norwich, that's fine. And we still have 7 people who are doing whatever they're doing that the select board asked them to do as to the town budget. That makes sense?
No. I understand what you're saying, but it's not consistent with what I remember reading. So I'm just.
Well, we're trying to make it work.
Yeah, so why did you say we can't have 6? We have 6 members of the.
Nobody said we can't. I said, I didn't tell them anything. I said, this is what we came up with and why.
Well, the comments and concerns expressed at the Norwich Selectboard meeting. That was one of the main points of contention. What are you looking at?
Just the number of members.
Oh, I'm telling you what I told Garrett when I called Garrett and said, so we've got 5 people, we've got a committee and we put this memorandum together. And since it's a memorandum of understanding, what do you guys want to do? And he said, well, we think that's fine. The only thing is there should be something of a quote charge. And so they did the number 3, which harkens back to some work in the past.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to go round and round on this, I think. So
it's imperfect, but I think it will get the ball rolling. Oh, Stephen, would you like to come up and comment on our efforts?
Appreciate the fact that the dialogue is open between the select board and the school board. I think that's great. Couple of things that I'm thinking about when it comes to this is, I think, Marcia, I have a slightly different understanding to you on what we're referring to in these various documents. So we have the charge from the select board, and we're the Norwich Finance Committee. The Dresden Articles of Incorporation reference the Norwich Finance Committee, and this MOU references the Norwich Finance Committee. My understanding is that those 3 references and those 3 documents are one and the same, the Norwich Finance Committee, which, as we're currently constituted, is 6 members. And so I think the 2 concerns I have on the numbers that we have here, I'm personally not concerned about the imbalance of voting between Norwich and Hanover. Just being involved, I think, is going to be great. On the question of should we be 7? Well, we don't even have 7 at the moment, so that's a bit of a moot point. I know another change between 2 select board meetings ago and this version is the removal of the school board member and the select board member to make up the 7. My understanding of where that came from is that's how the Hanover Finance Committee is constituted. 5 members plus a school board member plus a select board member make the 7. And I think that's why that language was initially in there. Now that language has been changed to say only 5, which I'm fine with the select board member, the school board member not being mentioned there. However, that says 5 and we are 6. And the plain reading of that says that it's asking you guys to amend the membership of our committee to 5 from 6.
No.
That's the plain reading of it. It says we will amend the committee to 5.
Yeah.
And if you accept that the committee is one and the same.
No, it says we will.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Specify.
Oh, it's the language of number 1 here.
Yep. I disagree because what we're saying is the representatives that we have appointed and the school board has interviewed or whatever, however they're going to do it, is 5 per the memorandum of understanding. There's nothing that says that the Dresden School Finance Committee has to have exactly the same number of Norwich Finance Committee members that Norwich is using for some other purpose.
I think we could be more clear in the language though, because as Stephen says, if you just read it the way it is, it does appear to say amend the membership. So I think, Marcia, perhaps what you're saying is amend the membership of the Norwich Finance Committee for this purpose or this task. Something needs to be in there to make it task specific, not committee.
So for the Dresden Finance Committee?
Well,
because that's what we're doing. We're populating the Dresden Finance Committee because Hanover and Norwich equals Dresden.
Well, okay. We would like to enable 5 members of the Norwich Finance Committee to serve for this purpose, true? But we're not amending the membership of the committee itself. So we need to somehow change the language to reflect that. Stephen?
And so, Mary, I think this goes back to, again, I have a different read of these than I believe Marcia does, because I believe the references in each of the 3 documents is to one and the same committee, not a subset of the committee, not a different of the committee, not the committee that's been approved by the select board and then a separate committee that's been approved by the school board. That's where I think the difference in meaning is there.
I see.
However, in saying that, again, I'm happy to be directed in whichever way the select board would like to direct us. My follow-on question, if we do end up with 5, is how and when do we select 5? Do you select 5? Do we select 5? Does the school board select 5? Like, I would just like that to be clear if that's the path that we go down.
That the school board, the intent, you're thinking, Marcia, that this, if it is 5 out of the 6 that the school board would choose.
That's what they understand.
Okay.
Because had we done this correctly and done the research so that we knew, then we would have appointed the right number of people. The finance committee, presumably, I'm just saying. And then, but again, if Norwich wants a finance committee, it doesn't need to be approved by the Norwich School Board. But if Norwich wants a finance committee to work with the Norwich School Board under the auspices of the agreement for the Dresden Finance Committee, then we have to follow those rules, which means that the Norwich School Board and the Norwich Select Board work together to nominate X number of people. And that didn't happen. So what we're doing now is trying to fit what we have into a structure and offer it to the school board, who has to agree.
Would they agree to 6?
I don't know, I'll ask them. I didn't suggest anything.
Okay.
Because he said he was happy with 5. The only thing he was not comfortable with was it didn't seem to have a charge. So that's why they put in number 3, which harkened back to prior work.
All right, how are we gonna resolve this, everybody?
You want to hear from the floor?
Cheryl, would you like to come up and speak?
I will when it's appropriate. I mean, I can wait if you want others.
Would you like to speak now? If you can, you may if you'd like to.
Okay, I probably have the most history with this than anybody. And as I've mentioned in the past, there was a whole different process that I think, Kimo, you might remember, where there were 3 auditors, 3 elected finance committee members, and the treasurer were a 7-member committee to meet an equal status with the Hanover Finance Committee of 7 members, which is what they have today. And those 2 come together automatically as the Dresden Finance Committee. There is no selection process, never has been a selection process for the Dresden Finance Committee. The 2 committees make the Dresden Finance Committee. Simple, really very, very simple. So not having an equal group would mean that we could be outvoted, right? That would be the result. But there was always the desire to have equal status. And that's the history that was always there and what we did. It's gotten very complicated, very contentious. It shouldn't be. There seems to be walls being put up, barriers being put up. The school has been doing budget work for months right now. They've moved right along. Their budget meetings are being warned regularly on our listserv, and they're going on right now. So it would be a complete catch up, and anybody can go. I mean, those meetings are public warned meetings. Anybody can attend them. You don't have to be a finance committee member to attend a school board budget meeting.
So he was going to send all the information to Stephen so that he could be up to speed. Did you do that?
I haven't seen that yet.
So with what I'm trying to say is, I think that you initially put out the notice for anybody interested in being on the Norwich Finance Committee. And that was for 7 positions, which it has always been. And you got 5 people willing to step forward, and I was happy to see a group. So I was willing to take part. And you just needed to have one more person step forward to fill the 7th slot, and that was it. It's just like any of the committees that exist have a certain membership, and you advertise until the positions are all filled. That's been the past.
Portia, do you want to respond?
Well, no,
Or just to
we could
comment?
We could table this and just invite Garrett Palm to come and meet with us.
That might be worth doing.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have raised my hand.
All right.
I don't want this to go on any longer either, but it's just a little weird. And it's hard to get behind it. The weirdest thing for me is that after we have decided we have 5, then the school board will meet with those members, perform an interview, will notify us with any issues. So they have a vote to not take those.
Right.
Which is.
I'm ready to just tank the whole thing. I really am.
Well,
because it's just so tangled and we have a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Is this worth it for us to go through this?
I agree with my.
I'm ready to tank it.
Well, then we have no representation.
Well, I'm just saying, tabling it might be a good idea. Maybe you'd like to work on it, for instance, just that it's not great the way it is. It could be manageable, but it's not the way any of us really want it to work.
Oh.
But I don't think we can fix it tonight. I don't think we can amend it so that everybody's happy with it. Time's going by, budgets are being made. So, we could table it or we could just tank it, I'm fed up.
What do you mean tank it? Get rid of the finance committee?
Vote it down or just
no finance committee at all?
But no, I'm just saying this relationship with the school is not worked out in a way that I think is amenable to everyone, the way it's written. With this
So
MOU.
we would still have a finance committee.
I'm not saying to.
But just, it wouldn't be.
No, I'm just saying that this part of what the finance committee would like to do, which I think is a legitimate thing to want to do. This structure that we have with this MOU does not appear to be a good one, okay? And I don't know if we have time to make it reasonable and coherent and historically accurate and workable. I don't think we have time to do it. So when I say tank, I mean it might be tabled for the next year because budget season is rolling along.
Okay, I just don't want to get rid of the finance committee.
Well,
I'm not talking about getting rid of that. I'm just
Okay, as
saying
long
that
as
this
they're
MOU
willing to
does seem problematic. And I have not had time to really work with it and make it straight. Marcia has tried, Garrett Palm is trying to do, he says, another thing to keep track of, just to make it really a good MOU. I don't think we've done it. I don't think we have. So we could just move on too. But it probably means the finance committee, they can go to the meetings and, just take informal feedback, but it won't be a formal relationship with the school board.
Okay, I know people on the school board. I'd be happy to bring it up with them and see if I can work this.
Well, shall we table it and you can do some more research on this?
Yes, but in the meantime, I'd like to propose that we invite the finance committee to attend the meetings.
Well, they can attend the meetings anyway.
Would be nice.
Right.
I would just suggest that out of deference to the chair of the school board, that you talk to the chair first before you talk to other.
The chair of which school board now?
The
Norwich?
one that
Garrett
we're
Hall.
trying to have an
Okay, yeah,
agreement
of
with.
course, yeah.
Yes,
Matt?
one final thing. I'm glad that you articulated how you're reading this, because now I'm looking at it in a different way. I don't understand why. I guess I thought that 5 members was based on some sort of history
It was.
or some sort of ratio that needed to be made between sort of Hanover and Norwich. So if it's not based on it.
So Garrett made the point that it was based on some ratio.
Okay, so maybe we should ask them, because it would definitely be cleaner just to say the Norwich Finance Committee, sits in on the Norwich School Board, and, sits in on the Dresden.
There are probably different ways to express this that would be clearer, right?
Yeah, as a full committee. And right now, we have that as a 6-person committee.
And if we said full committee, it could go up to 7.
Yeah.
Right?
If
So
we
this
expand
means-
it to the original 7.
I don't think this draft is ready,
Yeah.
and we may or may not be able to pull it off. Brennan?
Just, I don't want to belabor this at all, but I think what I heard Stephen say was it was 5 members of the finance and then a select board member and a school board member, and that was the 7. Am I in?
Hanover.
So
In Hanover, yeah.
Okay, that's fine. If it's in Hanover, not Norwich, then.
So that, it was in Hanover, but it was also in the draft of the MOU 4 weeks ago, as the Norwich Select Board would amend the Finance Committee to be that makeup. And then historically, I think Cheryl gave some of the history, and then that's changed. But as far as I understand, it's always been 7 until we became 6, and then 5, and then 6, and
Sort of
now it's talking
around.
I was actually using documents that have been approved in the past, and that's where the 5 came from, and that's why I presented it. So I say we table it, have Garrett and just
Come to our meeting?
Sure.
Should we table it subject to my meeting with him and making a proposal?
I think I prefer, because I've already had a conversation with him, and I think everybody needs to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, the
So
proposal will include when he would come.
The proposal.
Sorry, I was suggesting we table it subject to my arranging with him for him to come here.
So you're just going to invite him?
Also, yeah. Somebody has to invite him. So that's what I meant to say.
That may not solve this, because I do think it needs a rewrite.
Yes, that would be part of the effort.
Well,
I'd like to take a stab at it.
Are you offering to try to do a rewrite?
Yes.
Is that amenable to everybody?
Not to me.
Not to Marcia?
Just because this is now turning a little awkward. This was based on some other documents, historical documents, and things that Mary, got from Garrett. And then I put this together and Garrett said, that's fine. That's, no problem.
For this year anyway.
Right. And then next year we should all appoint together if we're going to do this, because that's how it's supposed to work. But they were he was amenable to this on behalf of the board. So I think now if you go back and you say, okay, we presented this, you agreed to it with these changes. Now we're going to rewrite it again.
Well, I don't think I'd put it that way. I'd say that.
No, but that's what's going to happen. So I think that would not be the best idea. I would rather just see him come here and we can all hear it.
What are we asking him to comment on, the membership?
Well,
I think we're wasting his time.
Well, I kind of do too, but I mean, I think what everybody is trying to get to is, why don't you want 7? Why do you want to interview people? He can answer those questions.
Why don't we just ask him that question? Like I don't know.
Since I've been in contact, I can send him the question and get it in writing and then give it to all of you.
Okay, so specifically that number 1, the membership, that seems to be the thing that's holding us back. Yeah, okay, so I think that's a more workable solution, like Marcia asked about that and try to work that out to everybody's satisfaction.
Yeah.
And then just table this for now and try to fit it in as a quick, hopefully quick, because we're gonna be dealing with budget things. We have to clear that out. But I think it's worth trying to get a little closer to what, would be workable.
Sounds good.
Okay. And
Okay.
Cheryl?
Yep. So could I please get Marcia's documents on this historical information that you're working from, please?
I put it in the packet last time.
Last time?
Site.
It was like a timeline.
Okay, and that refers to a 5-person finance committee?
I don't have it in front of me right now, but it's in the packet from last time.
But that's where you're getting your reference to a 5-person finance committee for Norwich.
You could, you could look at her timetable and then maybe get to Marcia with questions outside of the meeting. It's pretty complicated. Try to really go back to the beginning of this.
I've been on the committee for years, Mary. It's not something that I am.
No, I'm not saying that you don't know about it, but right now I think we need to move forward with this.
I don't disagree
Trying to fix it.
with the essence of what you're saying right now, but my question was, when did this 5-person committee, because it
We're
wasn't.
not gonna deal with that right now.
Right, but the other comment I want to reiterate is that a finance committee as defined in Norwich was what comes together with the Hanover Finance Committee to make the Dresden one. There is nobody that has ever had authority, to my knowledge, to determine who comes together for the Dresden Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Okay, let's move on to the town manager report.
All right. Well, as we have delved a bit from our planned schedule and timeline, I will be brief. From the finance department, I just want to let people know that the full payment to the SAU 70 has been made. That was done on an off-cycle warrant, so they are whole for the first installment at this point. And we met with the auditors. They were here for 2 days in early October and have done their in-person work as far as I know, and Barry and Patience are working with them on supplying any additional information, and we'll be working with them for probably the next few months on any questions to get our audit hopefully completed before the end of the year. I think that's been our expectation. I think the piece around the police department, the planning, obviously we heard about the master plan already. Matt did want me to mention that there is a formal drug take back day coming up on October 25th. So that would be Saturday, right? 10 to 2 p.m. at the police department. And moving on to the DPW. So they are wrapping up kind of the remaining fall projects, starting to put gear away for the season and getting out the winter gear right now and equipment. Chris wanted me to mention we are going to be having a limited road paving at the Hudson Street culvert that was completed. I don't believe that's happened yet, but it could have, because we talked last week about this. And on the HR side, we did have an equipment operator resign, and he is going to be moving on to another opportunity. So that is one step back. We had 2 months there where we had a full slate of equipment operators. And so we've reposted that position again.
Will that affect our snow plowing?
Well, we're gonna see how quickly we can fill the position.
Okay.
But yeah, it's we had planned to have a full crew.
Right.
As far as that. We also, I guess, on a step forward, have a applicant for the building and grounds technician position that's been vacant here for quite some time. And so we are going through the final pieces of the interview process and reference checks and such. And I would hope to be able to make an offer on that to the individual probably within the next week or so. So that is a step forward to match the step back. Chief Northern just wanted me to mention that we have 5 firefighters currently enrolled in the Firefighter One training that's being held locally here in Thetford. And they are planning the Halloween festivities that are hosted in the Public Safety Building. And I'm sure that'll be fun. And the other piece, which I don't have a whole lot of detail on, but there was a dry hydrant initiative that would draw water out of the Connecticut River, and that is currently going through permitting right now. It's currently a little more complicated than anticipated initially. From the rec department, I'm going to skip through some of this stuff. Bree did attend the annual Vermont Rec and Parks Association conference a few weeks ago. We have the tennis court demolition currently underway. If you've been by Huntley Meadow, you see a pile of asphalt rubble. So that is underway at this point. It does.
Is that due for completion this year?
No, I mentioned the repaving piece of that, I think, is probably the expectation. It should be next spring, which won't really affect the use, obviously, in the winter. So that's what the timing is starting to look like. We did get the signage up at Huntley Meadow for the new dog ordinance. So
Which
that's
is
in place.
Also in effect, according
It
to.
is in effect, yeah.
Okay.
And we had some of the kiosks that we had talked about are on order right now. I would expect them imminently to be delivered, and we'll get those installed as well. And then obviously Halloween events being planned as well for the rec department. Lily wanted me just to mention that all the BCA hearings have been completed, and there's a November 20th deadline for all of those decisions to be rendered. So another month or so for that. From my office, I just wanted to mention that we have substantially completed the boiler conversion. We're currently kind of fine tuning the system with some of the technicians here working on that. And I did want to call out that the DPW crew was actually really helpful in digging out and siting the new propane tank. So that was some money we were able to save by doing that in-house. And they did a nice job on that under very wet conditions that day, the day of the monsoon. And I guess that's it as far as kind of important notes for the board. I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Any questions for Brian? Okay. Any questions about, we could move on to department reports? Any questions about those? No, we're good on that? Okay. So the next agenda item is the town manager contract extension agenda item. And this is coming as a result of the reason we're considering this now is in order to give both Brennan and the town time. Okay, if we decide to extend Brennan's contract and it's amenable to both the town and to Brennan, then we'll move forward. If we mutually decide that we're not going to, and that would, if we decide not to, it would give both Brennan a chance to look for a new position, and it would give the town time to conduct a search. That's the reason for the timing of it. We do have a very positive evaluation, so I think we, can go into the executive session with that in mind. And that's pretty much all I want to say for framing this. But we will need to have a motion to go into executive session to discuss. So Someone willing to make that motion?
I just lost it.
Or you lost it?
I move to enter executive session under 1 VSA section 313A3 to discuss the town manager employment contract and to invite the town manager.
Was there a second?
Oh, this gives us the opportunity to invite him or
Yeah.
discuss stuff first and then invite him.
Yes. Yes.
Second.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Cheryl?
Am I bothering you? Is there something about?
Would you
the
like
public
to? No,
being
would you?
involved?
No, you can come up to the table.
You're tired too.
Oh, I'm very tired. Hit a deer on the way in. It was fun.
I'm not-
Good. Tonight with me? Yeah. So I'm a little fed up with that. Sorry, but go ahead.
Yeah, not a good time.
No.
So I was questioning the reasoning for going into executive session to discuss the need to consider this now and what might be a more important thing is to talk about your budgets and things like that that need to be done and why there was urgency to bring this forward at this time. I heard your comment about, the potential of whether or not an employment arrangement would need to be looked at. But I just wondered if there's more conversation that can be held publicly regarding this topic before there's a need to do an executive session. Is there more to share with the public?
Not really. That I can think of, but you just.
It just seems very early on.
My reasoning for it, and, to be fair to our town manager. So we do his, contract will be up and there's 3 or 4 months, I think. So, what the idea of this is to figure out, in order to ensure stability for the town, whether we want to continue with Brennan, to extend his contract, or whether we need to conduct a search. Okay, it's just more of a scheduling thing, allowing us enough time to do that. So.
Yeah, okay,
I don't have anything not beyond that, no, I do.
Exactly. Contract discussions are always done in executive sessions.
Well, they are, yes.
May I add that part of our job is to set goals and so on for coming period, and that's something that we do as a board.
Yes, of course, for as it should be done, right? I haven't ever heard of any goals being publicly discussed. I haven't heard of whether those were accomplished. It doesn't. It sounds like there was a good review, and what are the next goals? I mean, I don't know why there's not more shared about the results of a very critical position in our town with the people that would like to know. I'm but one, but there's others.
We did publish the evaluation document back in April, and it just showed the different criteria and goals. So that was part of the packet. That was April. Let's see.
April of this year.
April of this year. So that was published. So that clearly.
April of this next year would be the next time to.
Well, yeah, but I mean.
Set forth things, wouldn't it make sense to follow that timeline?
Well, we're talking about whether to extend the contract. So, and it might be the same contractual framework, or we might, add something. I think a lot of the contract are, criteria that are, that you need to do according to statute, what a town manager is required to do by statute, and other pieces, like we had asked Brennan to, revise the personnel policy. We'd asked him to improve the climate among the workers in town, the workers that report to him.
Mm-hmm.
And also to deal with the disasters that seem to be coming up on us with climate change. So, those were the categories that were clearly laid out in the evaluation document that we decided to use in April. So, we also have a survey of town employees. So I think on the evaluation, sort of category. I think we've done our due diligence on that. It's a very good evaluation. So that was all resolved and reported on the last meeting. And this, the purpose of this is to give Brennan a chance, if he wants to move on, he has time to look, and it gives us a chance to have a search, which, you know, can take time. You're not always guaranteed of finding a good candidate. You know, Marcia and I've been through 2 of them. Have you been through?
I've been through one, so 3 between the 2 of us.
Yeah.
It's 11 years, right?
Yeah. So, you know.
Thank you for all those thoughts. I think that a search does bring out a lot of people that may not be qualified, but then you've missed out on those that are. And that's why a search is very important. I think it follows the town policy, and it has followed the town history of doing a search to look for a person to fill the position. So that is.
That's a precedent, yes.
Yeah, it has been. And it involves community members, which is also a good thing. It doesn't put all the burden onto a select board, but it brings about a group of people. So with all that said, it just seems like there's plenty of time to wrap your heads around this, you know, after you get past a lot of this work that's coming up with the budget and surplus allocations and things. With October is when I believe the new one would start.
Okay, thank you for your comment.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so we didn't vote yet on our motion. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Chemo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
I guess so.
Is that a yes or an abstain, or what is it?
I think I'd like to abstain.
Okay. And Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. And what is the time? 9:37? I know, it's late. May we meet in your office?
Yeah, that would be fine.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Is there a motion to enter public session?
I move to enter public session.
For a second?
Second.
Marcia, how do you vote? Yes. Chemo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Yes. We're back at 11:22. All right. Is there a motion coming out of executive session?
I move to authorize the chair to execute a second addendum to the employment agreement for the town manager executed 9/27/23 for an additional 3 years.
Second.
Okay. Discussion or do you want to speak to this?
I'll speak to it, yes, because I'm going to vote no, and I do that with regret because I think Brendan's doing a good job. I would like him to continue here, but I just think that it's too early for us to be renewing his contract right now, 11 months in advance. And this is nothing against Brendan or the job he's doing.
Anyone else like to speak?
I think that when Brendan first came to our town, we were in disarray, chaos, and he was able to work us through. I mean, not just him, but we were able to work through to a place of relative stability now, and part of that is due to his leadership. And I believe that it is in the best interest of the town to continue this continuity and stability so that we can scaffold off of kind of where we've gotten to over the past 2 years and now focus on kind of making even more improvements, greater steps forward on a stable foundation.
Okay. Marcia or Chemo, do you want to speak? Or?
I look forward to contract negotiations.
Okay. Marcia?
I'm grateful that you're willing to serve. You've done a good job.
I thank you for what you've done for our town to stabilize it. And I'm just hoping you can continue into the far future, but we're talking here about 3 years, I believe. Okay, so let's actually vote. So Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chemo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
No, with regret.
Okay. Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, so that is in play. And for Jenny, we'll need to send that actual language. Okay, so moving on to number 15.
Can I make a quick statement
Yes.
on that?
Yes.
I guess at this point, I would really like to thank the board for their continued support in my leadership of the town. And I look forward to continuing this this growth and this level of stability and prosperity going forward into the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to number 15, approval of the minutes. Do people have amendments to minutes?
One small.
Page 112.
I have a copy of that.
Do you want to see it?
Is it down to 112? It's 112 is where the minutes begin. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. I highlighted it. It's mine. On page 114, it says sweat rate. Briefly explain jurisdiction for handling fires on different forms of property. And I just wanted to take out fires because all I wanted was for the police chief to come and explain jurisdictions about handling encampments on different forms of property.
Not to do with fires, but
Yeah, it
encampments.
didn't have to do with
Just
fires.
general
It was, yes,
jurisdiction.
exactly. essentially what he came and explained today.
Right.
What do you want it to say for handling
Just remove,
encampments?
For handling.
Or just,
sure,
or just
encampments.
explain jurisdiction on different terms of property?
Yes.
All right, well, so we'll leave out for handling.
Are you gonna say this to her? Just want me to.
Oh, if you would, that'd be great, actually.
Okay, so it's gonna say Sweat raised that it could be helpful to have a future agenda item. Police chief, you briefly explain jurisdiction.
On different forms of property.
Different types of property. Got it.
Okay. Did you have a amendment?
On page 114, where we're talking about Tracy Hall, select board members debating next steps. I'd like it noted in there that I recommend that an advisory committee be formed.
What, like a second sentence?
Select board debating next steps and input to prioritize and possibly the group agree the next step would be, yeah, it could just be next sentence.
So give me your sentence.
Chemo Griggs recommended that an advisory committee be formed.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any other amendments? If not, is there a motion? I mean, it would be.
I move to accept the minutes as amended.
Yeah, okay, let's get a second on that. Vote on that. Marsha, how do you vote?
Yes.
Emo?
Yes.
Scylla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
I'm yes. Okay, let's do that. We have to do the warrants. You want to move the warrants?
I move to approve AP warrant number 1,408 in the amount of $2,500 to be paid from the Public Safety Facility Fund. AP warrant number 1,409 in the amount of $342.50 to be paid from the general fund. AP warrant number 1,410 in the amount of $172.30 to be paid from the general fund. AP warrant number 1,407 in the amount of $124,182.18 to be paid from the Tracy Hall Fund, and AP warrant number 1,406 in the amount of $350,140.10 to be paid from the general fund.
$144?
I think he said $350,144.10.
And can you get the decimals written?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's one that was an FYI.
Okay,
Second.
fine. Any discussions? Seeing none. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Timo?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
None, yes. Okay, next is correspondence. The correspondence was from Victoria Hertzberg regarding speeding on Beaver Meadow Road. Stephen True, a memo to the select board regarding corrections to the Town of Norwich codified ordinance document. Chris Katuki about perceived policy inconsistency on underground power lines. Town manager's reply to Chris Katuki, which stated the town policy on right-of-way decisions, and Mary Layton, just notes on attending energy efficiency.
Those were great notes. Thanks for doing that.
Buildings seminar. So, yeah, I thought that'd be handy. Okay, so we have.
We had Harry Falconer too.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's great. And Harry Falconer was the update on the fourth quarter report. Fourth quarter report, it's SEC, right?
Yeah.
I was excited.
Okay, Harry Falconer.
Must be charter.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
I move to receive all correspondence.
You have a second?
Second. Go ahead.
Okay.
Priscilla.
Give it to Priscilla. And let's vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Timo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we have a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's vote. Marcia,
Yes.
Emo,
Yeah.
Priscilla,
Yes.
yes, and it is. Right.
Oh, now we have to remember to sign, you have to sign all.
We have to sign the warrants in minutes.
The recording